see. She won it by 4 lengths on the wire. Side by side and stride for stride. Who's it going to be? My Soldier Citizen Bull. Bear has it close to home from Brussels. Side Bears, the Breeders' Cup winner.
And Skippy's got it won! It's an upset in Pegasus 10.
Race 3 is an 8-claimer for fillies and mares 4 years old and up, which have never won 3 races. They're going to be going a mile 40 yards on the main track. The number 5 is Smart Style, in for Roger Lauren. This girl's interesting. She was in the January 4th start, declared a non-starter, so you would draw a line through it. Then they ran her in an optional 12-starter 8, and I would guess the line of thinking was, why not? Because they probably didn't know for sure where she fit on dirt. Her races had been on synthetic and turf, and the lone start she had was just a sprint, and she stumbled at the start of it. So when she didn't prove to be able to contend at that level, they dropped her into a more reasonable spot, that 8N3L, and she improved a lot. Got the show dough, and this despite a terrible start. So it makes no mention of it in the company line, but she legit leapt out of the gate. So I think with a smooth go from the blocks, she could spring the upset. The number 6, Answer the Call. She is making a second start off the layup while also dropping back in class. She pressed a quick pace last out over ground listed as good in a 16 N3L and tired. That was just at 7 furlongs, and she hadn't raced since a runner-up finish to Queen Atlas in an 8 N3L going a mile 40 back in January, and the ground was listed as good that day as well. Thinking second off the bench, back in for 8, out to 2 turns, fast track, Answer the Call could. The number 7, La Vecchia Signora, proved she wanted 2 turns all along. Wired last out to score by 2 1/4 over an 8 N2L field. This is a tougher assignment, of course. She got away with a measured pace in that race, but yes, of course, respect that she could do it again, though she does have a wider draw this afternoon. Gonna go 5, 6, 7, keeping it sequential here in race 3.
The horses hot on the track, post spreading for today's third race. It's the Delta 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 Beta Alpha Chapter Purse, an $8,000 claiming event for fillies and mares, 4-year-olds and up. They'll be at 1.40 miles on that fast main track. Field of 8 set to go the 1.40 miles. Number 3 is plus 3 pounds. Race 3 offers daily double, exacta, trifecta, and superfecta wagering. We have a super high 5. We start at pick 3. Post time for the third in 5 minutes. Two minutes to post time. Today's third race, the Delta 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 Beta Alpha Chapter Purse, coming up in just 2 minutes. Happy to have the Tri-Delts on track today here at the races. The horses are approaching the starting gate. Today's third race field, the Delta 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 Beta Alpha Chapter Purse, coming up in just 1 minute. And the horses have reached the gate. It's post time. They're lining up now for today's third, the Delta 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 Beta Alpha Chapter Purse. A field of 8 set to go 1.40 miles here on the fast main track. Your 2-1 favorite, number 7, La Vecchia Signora. 5-2 on the 1. That's Terry T. Is Smart Style going to be the first one to load up. Here's Answer the Call in the house black colors to gate 6. Terry T to the inside. Samuel Marin for Brian Lusk. 5-2 right now on Terry T. Smooth Claret, La Vecchia Signora, the next pair. Smooth Claret 11-1. La Vecchia Signora, your 2-1 favorite. The final 3 going to be Mishka, Early Delivery, and Humor Sense will be all set for a start. Today's third. Here's Early Delivery in the house yellow colors to gate 4. Humor Sense in the GOP Racing Stable white and orange stars to the outside. Coming up and coming in. They're in the gate. And the race is on. La Vecchia Signora broke beautifully and goes right to the front. Terry T, Smooth Claret, flashing some speed from the inside, and Humor Sense up from the far outside wants to come after that rival as those outside 2 trying to work over just in front of Smooth Claret, who has to tap on the brake sharply there, did the 2-horse. So they go past the 7/8 pole, and Humor Sense going to take over the lead. La Vecchia Signora going to have to sit second now. 2 more lengths back to Answer the Call. Back on track is Smooth Claret to the inside. It's another length and a half to Terry T, who sits 5th in the early going. After that comes Mishka out wide in 6th. A length more back to Early Delivery, and 2 more back to the slow starting Smart Style, who's the early trailer, 8th and last, and about 9 or 10 off the lead as Humor Sense coasts along up top. Daniel Centeno and Humor Sense through a 23.77 second opening quarter mile. A lineup of 3 just in behind. Out wide Answer the Call. Smooth Claret between horses. La Vecchia Signora toward the inside. Length and a half more to Terry T. Red colors, about 3 off the top. Then comes Early Delivery, who's going to have a wide journey as they run into the turn. It's another 4 to Smart Style. Mishka has dropped out last. Around the far turn, 47.80 seconds. Humor Sense left an opening at the inside. La Vecchia Signora, Israel Rodriguez sends that one right on through. And up on the front end, La Vecchia Signora goes to the front. Humor Sense back to second. Terry T is going to try to follow the move by La Vecchia Signora. Meanwhile, out wide, Early Delivery starting to loop up on the outside. They come to the top of the lane. Israel Rodriguez and La Vecchia Signora suddenly in front by 3 to Terry T. Early Delivery. Humor Sense is back 4th. Late run Smart Style down the outside. But a final 16th of a mile to go. La Vecchia Signora well in command. La Vecchia Signora with 50 yards left. A 5-length lead. Terry T. Early Delivery second and third. La Vecchia Signora won it at 2-1. Terry T. was second. Early Delivery third. Smart Style fourth. 5th was close. Might have been Answer the Call over Humor Sense. 7-1, 4, 5, and 6. 7-1, 4, 5, and 6, the unofficial order. Please hold all tickets. Tell results can't be posted as official. 141.44 the final time. Results are now official. 640 on the win for La Vecchia Signora. La Vecchia Signora, a 4-year-old dark Bear Brown filly by Caracaro out of I'll Take Notes, was bred in Kentucky by J Stables LLC. Juan Carlos Avila, the winning owner and trainer. Israel Rodriguez up the fence for that winning ride. It's 2 wins in a row for La Vecchia Signora. This one in today's third race. The exact is $7.50, trifecta $20.30, dime super $18.23. Daily double $6.40, the pick three $23.50. Dollar high five $690.10. Race 4 is up next in 21 minutes. We'll start the middle pick 4, field of 10 at 1:40 coming up next. Jockey change on the 5 Latin Spice. Make the rider Jose Ferrer. Race 4 in 21 minutes.
Race 4 is going to start our next pick 4. It's one of 2 mile 45K claimers for 4-year-olds and up, which have not won a race since October 4th. The number 4, Denying, he's in for Pat McBurney. He's had 3 starts here this meet. He got beat just a half length in an open 10 at this distance to start things off. They then bumped up into an optional 12 starter rate. He had the rail, and he was allowed to ease into stride because he's not the type that's going to use the one post to his advantage anyway, but then he really couldn't make up any ground to contend against that field, and he ended up beating 9.5 lengths. And last out, they went back to a 10 claimer at this distance, and he was kept closer to the pace, about 3.5 or so off in the early going, and it was Zesty, the pace for the level. I think dropped into a conditioned 5, and with blinkers going back on, something he's not worn since running 4th in an optional 16 starter rate, Monmouth, he could improve. The number 8, American Speed, he has not raced on dirt since 2022, but that was in the Grade 3 Nashua, finished 4th in that 5-horse field, but not before pressing the pace. Since then, it's been synthetic and turf. He ran 2nd in the Leonidas Stakes at Turfway back in 2023. As of late, he's been in the claiming ranks. Last out, he got reeled in off the lead to get the Shoto beaten 1.5 lengths in an 8N1Y at Gulfstream Park as the post-time favorite. I think that he does run like figures surface to surface, and he is getting Sammy Marin aboard as he's making this drop into this 5N1Y and onto our main track. I just don't love the post at this distance to take him at a short price. Going to complete the top 3 at the number 2, that is Fort Charles. 3 starts here this meet, 2 of them in the money. He ran 2nd to Midnight Onyx, dropped into a condition 5N2Y here last out, and that was after contesting the pace and getting the lead for a bit. That race was at 8.5 furlongs also, and he has been off since. Freshened back up again, back to a 5N1Y, a condition at which he got beat a neck last time he tried it. He looks like he gets on the board at the very least. Going to go 4-8-2 in race 4, which again starts our next pick 4.
The horses on the track, post spreading for today's fourth race. Start of the middle, pick 4. Field of 10 at 1 mile and 40 yards here. It's a $5,000 claiming event for 4-year-olds and upward. No scratches. A jockey change on the number 5 Latin Spice. Make the rider Jose Ferrer. Jose Ferrer rides the 5. Race 4 offers daily double, exacta, trifecta, superfecta, and pick 3 wagering. We have a super high 5, and we start the middle pick 4 post time in just 5 minutes. Two minutes to post time. Today's fourth race, the Happy Birthday Sonny Leone Purse, coming up in 2 minutes. The horses are approaching the starting gate. Today's fourth race field. The middle pick 4 is coming up in just 1 minute. And the horses have reached the gate. It's post time. They're lining up now for today's fourth. Start of the middle pick 4. A field of 10 here at 1.40 miles, $5,000 claiming event. 4 to 5 favorite, number 8 American Speed. 7 to 2 on the number 4 Denying. 3 to 1 4 Charles, your second choice. Street Cop Officer, the first to move forward. Belton Brooks unseating the rider there behind the starting gate. Here's Fort Charles coming up. Castagna's gone into gate 7. Long shot King Nate to gate 3. Here's the favorite American Speed in the house pink colors to gate 8. Even money right now on the favorite. Denying goes in. Here's the longest shot on the board, Sergeant Barger at 85 to 1. The final two going to be Latin Spice and 86 Chevy will be all set for a start. Today's middle pick 4, race 4. The Happy Birthday Sonny Leone purse. They're in the gate. And the race is on. Latin Spice in the center, 86 Chevy from the far outside. Those two are the quickest, with Sergeant Barger being set up right between them. Those three in a line as they go out of the stretch and into that first turn. Fort Charles finds a good spot just in behind with American Speed, so the two favorites are sitting 4th and 5th. Right outside of them comes Denying in the 6th position. It's another 2 then. Back to King Nate, 7th in the pink colors, blue cap. Another 2 back to Street Cop Officer Belton Brooks, and it's 3 more to Castagna as they're strung out over about 15 lengths as they work to the back stretch. And these 2 long shots are the leaders. 23.90 the opening quarter mile. It's Sergeant Barger just in front of 86 Chevy. They're 2.5 clear of the favorite, American Speed, who moves to the outside of Latin Spice to take over 3rd. Another length back to the pair of Denying, Fort Charles in behind. Then a big gap, 6, 7, maybe 8 lengths more back to Street Cop Officer and King Nate. Another 3 to Belton Brooks. Castagna still about 16 or 17 behind. 47 seconds for the opening half mile, though, as still into the far turn. Sergeant Barger at 86 Chevy waiting in the wings. American Speed looms large here as 86 Chevy takes over the lead. American Speed, Samuel Marin just took a peek back to see who's coming behind him. He sees Denying about a length and a half behind as they wind around to the quarter pole. 86 Chevy, American Speed, and American Speed right to the front. 86 Chevy a neck back. Denying a length and a half behind that with Fort Charles. 4 more then back to the rest. Headed up by Belton Brooks, who loops up on the far outside. outside. They come to the 8th pole. American Speed denying, trying to chase this favorite down in the final furlong. Still pitching away 86 Chevy. Fort Charles down the outside. American Speed's job's not done. Denying Street Cop Officers flying from the back as well. American Speed denying Fort Charles. Street Cop Officer. Here's the wire photo finish. Fort Charles on the outside got it. Denying was second. Then came American Speed. Street Cop Officer made up all that ground, finished fourth. Here's a slow-mo shot. Two, 4, 8, 1, and 10. 2, 4, 8, 1, and 10. The unofficial order. What 41.30 the final time. Results are official. $6 for the win for Charles. Fort Charles to the winner's circle. Winner of today's fourth race, the Happy Birthday Sonny Leone purse. 5-year-old Chestnut Gelding by Kozan out of Fast Moon was bred in Florida by Passion Stables Incorporated. Peter Pop Racing LLC, the winning owners. Michael Simone, the winning trainer. It's a riding double for jockey Cipriano Gill. It's Fort Charles victorious here off the pace in today's fourth. The exact at $14, trifecta $13.60, the dime super $8.91. Daily double $10.70, the pick three $20.60, and the high five $272.70. Race 5's coming up next. It's our Martin's Italian Restaurant Jockey of the Month Award purse. We'll present that to Gadiel Martinez after today's fifth. Field of 10 on the 1:40 distance, 5,000 claimer. Sounds familiar. Coming up next, starting the Ultimate Six in 22 minutes. We did have a couple claims in today's fourth race. Number 4, Denying, was claimed, and a three-way shake goes to Robert Deckert Jr., trainer Michael Simone. Number 8, American Speed, and a seven-way shake goes to owner-trainer Ramon Aguayo.
Race 5 is another 5N1Y for 4-year-olds and up, set at a mile 4 yards on the main track. It's going to kick off today's Ultimate 6. And the number 6, Tis a Beast. He ran a good second here last out, beaten just a neck after starting from the far outside post and dueling. That was going 8.5 furlongs. It was just a second try at this level here this meet. He got the shodo in the start prior, but that was at just 7 furlongs. I think back in with the condition, but a much better post and back to a mile 40, he could get it done today, and it is encouraging to see Marin staying aboard. The number 4, Royal Luck, in here for Juan Arriagada. He's been a tough old boy for a long time. He has mostly been seen on the turf, but he can run like figures surface to surface. He actually put up a 77 buyer back on January 18th when a 16 claimer came off the turf, and he showed enough foot to be right up on the pace before taking over. He just could not outduel Cupid's dude late. So last out, dropped in for 5N1Y. It was no surprise that he went off as the favorite, but despite the slow pace up front, he was well off it in the early going, and he had too much to do late. I think we see a more aggressive ride today that will have Royal Luck right in range to pounce, even back to the mile 40 distance. Going to complete the top 3 at the number 9, Float On for Jose Gallegos. He's making a second off the claim. He's been running against condition 5s, but just at 1 turn. So it's interesting to see what he does here on the stretch out, though the post is a bit problematic. Still, if he can show speed, maybe he can clear in time. If so, perhaps he digs in at least for a piece late. Going to go 6, 4, 9 in race 5, and your ultimate 6 starts now.
The horses on to the track post spreading for today's fifth race. Start of the Ultimate Six. 15,536 in the jackpot carryover. It's also the Martin's Italian Restaurant Jockey of the Month Award purse. We'll present that to Gadiel Martinez after today's fifth. Field of 10 here in the fifth. It's $5,000 claiming event for 4-year-olds and upward and 1.40 miles. No scratches or changes here in today's fifth race. We offer daily double, exacta, trifecta, superfecta, pick 3, super high 5. We start the Ultimate Six in just 5 minutes. Two minutes to post time. Today's fifth race, the Ultimate Six, the Martin's Italian Restaurant Jockey of the Month Award purse coming up in 2 minutes. The horses are approaching the starting gate. Today's fifth race field, the Ultimate Six, coming up in 1 minute. The horses have reached the gate. It's post time. They're lining up for today's fifth race, start of the Ultimate Six. The Martin's Italian Restaurant Jockey of the Month Award purse will present that to Gadiel Martinez after today's fifth. Field of 10 here at the mile and 40. It's been our common distance today. Great Charmer moving up. Your 8-5 favorite, number 6, Tis a Beast. 5-2 on the 4, Royal Luck. Here's Funkenstein coming up. Royal Luck to gate 4. 4 top, Martina Rojas and the Anthony Ferraro. Red sleeves, blue polka dots. Float on to gate 9 at 6-1 right now. The final horse going to be In It for the Love, and Johannes Aranguren, the apprentice, to the outside draw. Ready to start the Ultimate Six. They're in the gate. And the race is on. Royal Luck set hard for speed. 4 top from the outside, flashing some early foot. Float on is right there. Tis a Beast driving through and In It for the Love. 5 of them across here as they go into that first turn. That quintet a length and a half in front of Political Riot. Great Charmers between runners down at the fence. Go Street Glide back in 8th. Funkenstein is 9th. The early trailer Downtown Connectors, they sort themselves out. It's the 2 favorites who emerge 1-2. Royal Luck bet down to 7-5, leads it by a neck to Tis a Beast, who's 2-1 on the outside. They're a length clear. A Float On, who's up to 3rd. The opening quarter, 23.99 seconds. After that comes 4 top. In It for the Love's right to that one's outside. Those 2 outside runners who were up on the pace have made their way over to the inside, now coming through to challenge Royal Luck. So Royal Luck surrounded right now. Tis a Beast to the outside, 4 top to the inside. Just in between horses, In It for the Love, Float On. Those top 5 just covered a length and a half, and they're 4 lengths clear of Political Riot, who's back at 6th. 2.5 more back to Street Glide, 7th on the inside. Then comes the Great Charmer. It's 2 more to Funkenstein, and Downtown Connector has trailed throughout. To the far turn they go, 47.44 seconds. Royal Luck has had to work. 4 top, trying to slip through down along the inside. Tis a Beast pushed along in 3rd. 2 more back to Float On, and then comes In It for the Love. Political Riot. Great Charmer starting to get underway. Great Charmer moving up to 7th now, but is within 6 of the lead. As Royal Luck, Tis a Beast, 4 top. Those 3 across as they come into the stretch. Royal Luck maybe just in front. Tis a Beast down to the inside, 4 top. Room at the fence for Float On, who's rallying. Great Charmer trying to sustain that bid down the outside. A final 16th to go. Tis a Beast, Royal Luck. These 2 still there. It's Tis a Beast on the outside. Royal Luck on the inside. Tis a Beast going for late. Tis a Beast wins at a length and a half. Royal Luck was 2nd. 3rd got close there between Downtown Connector and Street Glide. Six four and a photo. 6-4 and a photo. 141.16 the final time. Results now posted 6-4, 1-5, and 2. 6-4, 1-5, and 2. Tis a Beast, your second choice to the winner's circle. Tis a Beast, 6-year-old bay gelding by the Big Beast out of Fostoria, was bred in Florida by Big Shot Stable LLC. TCBR Stable LLC, the winning owners. Jennifer Paragallo, the winning trainer. Samuel Morin aboard for the winning ride. Tis a Beast scores here in today's fifth race. Again, results still unofficial. Please hold all tickets. Again, reminder, we will have our Jockey of the Month presentation coming up in the winner's circle in just a few moments. Again, still awaiting prices. There they go. Prices now official. $6 on the win, the exact at $10.50. Trifecta $32.15. Dime Super $45.53. The daily double $10.20. The pick 3 $29.90, and the pick 4 $61.20. Early pick 5 $277.20, and nobody had the super high 5, so we're going to carry over $1,795 to the upcoming sixth. Race 6 is coming up next. Start the late pick 5. We're on the turf course. We'll get to that in a second, but first, our Martin's Italian Restaurant Jockey of the Month Award. So we welcome in Margot Flynn to present to Gadiel Martinez. Gadiel enjoying a fine first full season here at Tampa Bay Downs. Perennial top 3 rider up at Presque Isle Downs in the summertime, but big congratulations to Gadiel Martinez, our Jockey of the Month Award winner. He'll receive a gift card to Martin's Italian Restaurant, which is the proud sponsor of the Jockey of the Month and Trainer of the Month Awards. Martin's Italian Restaurant, located just west of the track on Tampa Road, and proud sponsors of the Jockey and Trainer of the Month. Race 6, late pick 5s in 25 minutes. Scratch the also eligibles. Field of 10 on turf. Post time in 25 minutes at 2:49. There was a 3-way shake on the winner. Goes to Michelle Castillo, owner-trainer. Michelle Castillo claims the 6 Tis a Beast.
Race 6 is going to kick off today's late pick 5 with the main 16 for 3-year-old fillies. They're going to be going a mile and 16th on the turf, and this is totally a swing. She could run up the track again. But the number 9, Ruth the Moabitis, she's making a start for Mario Lopez. It is the second of her career. In the first one, she had the widest draw. She bumped hard with a filly to her inside and didn't really run after that, just galloped around. Race was also just at 4.5 on the dirt. The winner was Mythical, who scored by 8.5 lengths, and then Mythical went on to collect a natural hat trick. She beat the boys in the Tremont and then the girls in the Grade 3 Adirondack. She later won the Susan's Girl, the My Dear Girl, the Any Limit. Consider the competition, okay? Now, Ruth the Moabitis has a pedigree you might not recognize. That's okay. I'll explain my line of thinking. Her sire's a son of Super Saver, so I'm thinking stamina here, and I know that kind of reads dirt, right? But then this filly's mom, Snirvana, is by Elusive Quality, and she went long on grass, which makes sense because her mom is by Galileo, okay? So the family includes some black-type turfers, including her granny's half-sister, Group 1 winner Preselli, and three-quarter brother Kong. Mom, also a half to Group 1 placed Snowfire, who was second in the 1,000 guineas. So, long on grass after plenty of time to mature. Maybe this girl springs a big surprise. We'll see. The 1, Diamond in the Dark, interesting. She's making start 3 of the career. She debuted at the Finger Lakes and ran a well-beaten third there, going just 5.5 after showing some initial speed from the rail. Start 2 did not come until March 18th here, dropped in for main 16. Big field though, and she did look to get bumped out of the gates. Tried to be close to the early pace, but then tired. Looked like she was climbing a little bit. Now she's second time off the bench, second time Lasix. She's also getting blinkers while switching to grass. And she is by Surface Flexible Street Boss and out of a Lonhro mare, so she could move up on it significantly. Lonhro is a prepotent sire who as a racehorse was crowned Australian Horse of the Year and Champion Miler. So if she breaks sharply here, maybe she wires. Then there is, of course, the number 8. She's lit by, trained by Orjo Orsino. She's had one turf start. She finished 5th here in a first start for the barn, a first off the layoff, first with blinkers, first with Lasix as well. That was a main 32. She showed enough put to stay within sniffing distance of the pace, but ultimately finished 5th, beaten 9.5 lengths. They wanted to get on turf again next out and still at the main 32 level, but it came off and was run on the main track. She showed a little speed after a bad start from the blocks and then just folded on out. Back on grass, dropped in for 16. With Marin staying loyal, of course she has a big chance. So I'm going to go 9-1-8 in race 6, which again kicks off today as late pick 5.
The horses onto the track post parading for today's 6th race. We're on the turf course at a mile and a 16th. Firm Tampa turf, the rail at 12 feet. Field of 10 set to go. Scratch the also eligible runners. 11 through 14 are all scratched. Full field of 10 set to go as we have daily double, exacta, trifecta, and superfecta wagering. We start at pick 3. We start the late pick 5. We have a super high 5 carryover of $1,795. And we have post time for the 6th in 6 minutes. Two minutes to post time. Today's 6th race, the late pick 5s in 2 minutes. The horses are approaching the starting gate. Approaching the gate, 1 minute. The horses arriving at the starting gate for today's 6th race. Started a late pick 5. Field of 10 here at the mile and a 16th. Your co-favorites at 5-2, number 7, Ship of Fools. Number 10, She's the Rage. Those are the top 2 in the wagering. 4-1 on the 8, She's Lit. As Diamonds in the Dark going forward to the inside draw. Kyona's gone up. Here's Miss Winnie to gate 2 to ride alongside of Diamond in the Dark. Ship of Fools, Jose Ferrer for Rory Houston, the co-favorite going in. Here's more Miss Mojo. Indy's Affair is going to be the next one, along with She's Lit. She's lit at 4-1 right now. Indy's Affair coming up. She's Lit backs away. D. Dolly's Girl coming up to gate 5. She's Lit once again to the starting gate. And she once again backs away. She's Lit now going in. Here's Ruth the Moabitess. Right now at 18-1. Sarah Hess for Mario Lopez. The final one to join is going to be She's the Rage. Your 5-2 now second choice. It's 2-1 favoritism going the way of Ship of Fools. Ruth the Moabitess coming up. And She's the Rage. Adamar Santos to the outside for Juan Arriagada. She's the Rage. And a late pick 5. She's the Rage going in. They're in the gate. And the race is on. Miss Winnie toward the inside was out quickly. So was Diamond in the Dark. Up from the outside, Ruth the Moabitess is close up, along with She's the Rage to the far outside. But it's Diamond in the Dark in front. Diamond in the Dark into the stretch, a length and a half to the good of Ruth the Moabitess, who moves up on the outside of Miss Winnie. They're second and third. Then comes a lineup of 3 in behind them. Kyona, Ship of Fools between horses, and She's the Rage going to be parked out 3 wide as they go into that first turn. As Ship of Fools very in tight there. Ship of Fools went all the way to the outside with She's the Rage. They lost some ground going into that turn. Tucked in behind them is She's Lit. It's a length and a half more. Back to D. Dolly's Girl, who's third last. The 2 at the back, Indy's Affair and more Miss Mojo. As up front, Diamond in the Dark leads them 22-4. We had a rider come off there. Number 7, Ship of Fools, Jose Ferrer, was unseated there going to the far turn. So the number 7 is racing without the rider here in the middle stages of the race. Diamond in the Dark, the leader up the back stretch, leads it by 3/4 of a length now to Ruth the Moabitess. In behind horses, Miss Winnie, She's the Rage advancing to the outside. It's another length then back to She's Lit. Starting to move to that one's outside D. Dolly's Girl in the blue colors as they go to the far turn. And it's still Diamond in the Dark in front. Diamond in the Dark there by 3/4 of a length to She's the Rage. D. Dolly's Girl warming up on the outside for Rocco Bowen. Ruth the Moabitess drops out of it, passed by She's Lit down at the fence as they come around to the top of the lane. D. Dolly's Girl just in front of Diamond in the Dark. She's lit, looking for a seam to come off the fence as they come around to the top of the stretch now. D. Dolly's Girl, the leader, as they come to the 8th pole. She's lit from out behind, trying to come up from second. Down to the inside, Diamond in the Dark. 3 more back to She's the Rage and Miss Winnie. It's D. Dolly's Girl on the wrong lead, but has about a 4-length advantage over She's Lit up to second. It's D. Dolly's Girl. D. Dolly's Girl to win it here at 6-1. She's Lit was second. Third went to Diamond in the Dark. Photo for fourth between Miss Winnie and She's the Rage. Stewards have posted the inquiry sign. Looking into the unseating of jockey Jose Ferrer at the 5-furlong marker. Jose being attended to by the medical professionals here. The loose horse still running on the track. Again, the stewards have posted the inquiry sign. They're looking at the run going to the backstretch coming out of the first turn. Again, jockey Jose Ferrer unseated there. .144.71 the final time. 5.8, 110, and 2 the order posted. D. Dolly's Girl the winner. I can tell you Jose Ferrer is on his feet. He is being walked over to the medic's cart there. Looks like he's walking under his own power as well. Jose hopping into that cart, so that's some good news to pass along. Again, jockey Jose Ferrer is walking over to the medical assistant's cart, and we'll be heading back over to the front side here. Stewards' inquiry, there will be no change to the order finish. They rolled the number 7, unseated the rider on their own accord. Again, it was no interference caused by anyone else, so no change. And again, Jose is coming up to the front side on the cart. Did do so under his own power, so that is the news we can pass along right now. D. Dolly's Girl, your winner here of the 6th race. D. Dolly's Girl, 3-year-old dark Bear Brown filly by Battalion Runner out of Dominant Dolly, was bred in Florida by Douglas Challenor Jones. Douglas Jones, the winning owner, and trainer Rocco Bowen aboard for the winning ride. D. Dolly's Girl, your 6th race winner. Again, results are unofficial. Again, jockey Jose Ferrer walking over across the turf course back toward the rider's room. So good to see Jose back on his feet. Prices on the board. Results are official. $15.40 on the win for D. Dolly's Girl. The exacta $44, trifecta $263.15, the dime super $182.91. Daily double $53.60. Pick three $85.35, and the high five $6,516.70. Today's seventh race is 21 minutes away. Race 7 starts the late pick 4. Scratch the 5. She stops short. Number 5 is out. Number 4 is +2. Number 7 is +1. Post time for today's 7th late pick 4 is in 21 minutes.
Race 7 is an 8-claimer for fillies and mares 4 years old and up, which have not won 3 races. They'll be going 6 furlongs on the main track. The number 9, Sweet Hazley. She looks mighty tough in here. And yeah, I know, she got beat by Bella Mendy on February 6th. But Sweet Hazley, she had a bad start that afternoon and had not run since the spring against optionals at Gulfstream. That's a race out of which she was eased. So in this first start back, after the bad start, she just chased Bella around the track. Start 2, Sweet Hazley was bumped up in class and she got a good start. She was able to take the lead in that N2L and drew off to a 2-length score. So I think she's in fine fettle now, and so dropped in for 8, should be able to win with relative ease, even going N3L. This is a girl who, to start the career, was running with the likes of Power Squeeze. Bella Mendy, she is in post 6 today. Blinkers are going on as she's exiting a 2 1/4 length of feet in a 16 N3L here on March 22nd. You know, after she won that 16 N2L here, which was a second start here this meet, she was outmatched going a mile on the turf over good going, but I would think dropped in for 8 here after holding her own for the most part against 16 N3Ls on dirt. She can at the very least get on the board. I know she was well beaten in her December 17th start against 8 N2Ls, but that was just her second go on dirt ever, and the only other time being back in March of 2025 when she had a wide draw going 7 furlongs, got claimed out of there as well. So we'll see. The 7 is Wildcat Mini. She is dropping from 16 N3L Company after finishing 6th last out at the level, going 7 furlongs on good going. She got beat double digits lengths the start before that too. Same level and distance. Showed speed, just folded. The 6 furlong starts were better from a finish perspective, so hoping she appreciates a bit of class relief and can carry that speed further today. Gonna go 9, 6, 7 in race 7, which again kicks off the late pick 4.
Attention racing fans, we do have a jockey change here in the upcoming 7th race. Number 8, Go-Go Star, will now be ridden by Rocco Bowen. Rocco Bowen will ride number 8, Go-Go Star, here in today's 7th race. Rocco Bowen on the 8 in race 7. Attention race fans, in today's 10th race, we have a late scratch being announced for the first time in race 10. Scratch number 1, Overhaul. Number 1, Overhaul is a late scratch in today's 10th race. If you have that running in the late pick 5 or the ultimate 6, you will receive the post-time favorite. Otherwise, refunds on all win, play, show, exact, the trifecta super combinations involving the number 1 in the 10th race. Again, it's race 10. That's a late scratch of the number 1. That is Overhaul. On to the track, post parading for today's 7th race, started at late pick 4, which is 4 minutes from post time. Race 7 at 6 furlongs on the main track, an $8,000 claiming event. Scratch the 5. Number 5 is scratched. Number 4 is plus 2 pounds. Number 7 is plus 1 pound. Jockey change on the 8 Go-Go Star. Make the rider Rocco Bowen. Rocco Bowen rides the 8. Race 7 offers daily double exact, the trifecta, superfecta, and pick 3 wagering. We have a super high 5. We start the late pick 4, post time coming up in 4 minutes. Two minutes to post time. Today's 7th race, the late pick 4 is in 2 minutes. The horses are approaching the starting gate. Today's 7th race field in 1 minute. The horses have reached the gate. It's post time. They're lining up now for today's 7th race. Started a late pick 4. Field of 9 here at the 6 furlong distance. 3-5 favorite, number 9, Sweet Hazley. Cipriano Gil for Juan Carlos Avila. Cipriano looking for his 3rd winner on the day. Here's Fontina. Israel Rodriguez to gate 3. Go-Go Star coming up. Steady Flow to the 4th stall in the winning stables colors for trainer Gerald Bennett, apprentice Johannes Aranguren. Here's the big favorite, Sweet Hazley to gate 9. Padrino's Gold going to be the final one to join. We'll be all set for a start. Today's late pick 4 on this sunny Saturday. Padrino's Gold, Richard Mitchell to the outside draw. Goes in. They're in the gate. And the race is on. Sweet Hazley, the favorite, hopped at the start, came away toward the back. Bellamendi got away well with Wildcat Mini right to her outside. Steady Flow and Smoochero down toward the fence. Those are the top 4. As Go-Go Star was away 5th, only 2.5, 3 off Bellamendi, who makes the front. In behind that comes Gold Stamp between horses. Fontina starting to make some ground now. Sweet Hazley and Padrino's Gold. They were the 2 slow starters, and they're both rushing up on the outside. They're all the way up to challenge for 2nd now as they blitz up the back stretch here after this leader. It's Bellamendi, but now company. Sweet Hazley and Padrino's Gold. Some traffic there for Steady Flow. We lost a rider, Fontina. Israel Rodriguez, and losing the irons was the number 2 Gold Stamp, Sonny Leone, trying to get those back on the number 2 horse. But again, the rider of the number 3 has been unseated there at the 3/8 pole. Around the far turn here, and it's Sweet Hazley, Padrino's Gold, Bellamendi trying to re-engage up on the outside as those 3 come into the lane. Sweet Hazley, Padrino's Gold. Bellamendi a length and a half back in 3rd. It's 2 more then back to Smoochero and Wildcat Mini as they come around to the 16th pole. On the outside, Bellamendi coming after these leaders, Padrino's Gold and Sweet Hazley, the favorite, back to 3rd. It's Bellamendi and Padrino's Gold. Bellamendi, Padrino's Gold, Bellamendi to win it. Padrino's Gold was 2nd, Sweet Hazley 3rd, Photo for 4th. Again, a steward's inquiry posted. I can't tell you, Israel Rodriguez walking over toward the ambulance under his own power. Looks like he's going to just step onto the back there and get a ride back to the jocks room, so that's good news. The horse Fontina did run with the field for the remainder of the race, and the outriders will be working to catch her. But again, Israel Rodriguez did walk to the ambulance under his own power and is going to head back over to the front side here. Again, a steward's inquiry into the run around the far turn. Six, 10, 9, and 7. The order posted 6, 10, 9, 7, and 8. Bellamendi, the unofficial winner. Again, a steward's inquiry looking at the run about the 3.5 furlong marker, just before the 3/8 pole, where the rider was unseated there. Again, jockey Israel Rodriguez did walk off under his own power to the ambulance, where he got a ride back toward the jocks room. We will update with any information on our social media platforms. And again, the horse Fontina still running actually around the backstretch there at the 7/8 pole. The Outriders hoping to retrieve that runner soon. As Bellamendi goes into the winner's circle. 4-year-old gray-roan filly by Mendelssohn out of Belo Porte was bred in Kentucky by New Horizon Farm. Thunderstride Racing, the winning owners. Nick Goodwin, the winning trainer. Charlie Marquez aboard for the winning ride. Bellamendi at 8-1, your winner of the 7th. Stewards have ruled there will be no change to the order of finish. No change. Stewards ruling no change to the order of finish. They ruled the trouble caused by Fontina was from that horse leaning in and clipping heels. So Fontina, again, no change to the order of finish. And it does look like Fontina has been caught by the Outriders out in the 7-8 shoot. So good news there. And again, check our social media channels for updates. Results are official. 6-10, 9-7-8 official sign on the board. Prices, the exact is 6 and 10, $92.30. Trifecta, $140.65. The dime super, $186.20. Daily double, $65.10. The pick 3, $144.10. Middle pick 4, $736.90. Nobody had that super high 5, so we'll carry over $4,456 to the upcoming 8th race. Race 8 is in 23 minutes at 3:53 p.m. Scratch numbers 9, 12, 13, and 14. 9, 12, 13, 14 are scratched. The 11 does run. Number 4 is plus £1. Post time for the 8th race. The late pick 3 is in 23 minutes. We did have a claim there in the 7th race. Number 9, Sweet Hazley, was claimed. Goes to owner-trainer Jose Antonio Vargas. Jose Vargas claims the 9.
Race 8 is a 16 claimer for 4-year-olds and up, set at a mile 16th on the turf. The number 1, Journeyman. He's been a very good racehorse for a very long time. 10-year-old son of Animal Kingdom out of Tout Charmant has run in the money in 43 of 73 career starts. I mean, come on. When he ran here last meet, he was contesting really tough company. He got beat just 3/4 of a length by Signator in an optional 100, for crying out loud. Last time he made the winner's circle, he won an optional 32 that was going 8.5 at Woodbine. When he came back to Tampa, he ran a solid 4th, being just 3 1/4 lengths in an optional 32 N2X, and then he ran 5th in an off-the-turf start, and then last out, yeah, he was beaten 11 3/4 lengths in another optional here that was on March 4th. He drafted back after starting from the rail and just wasn't able to contend with that group. I know he's got the rail again, but dropped in for 16. I don't think it matters. You got Marin aboard. The number 4, Uncle Truly, is in for Darian Rodriguez. Got the show dough here last out going a mile at the level. He was favored that day as he had run a good 5th, being just 3.5 in a 25 starter allowance the start prior, with first-time blinkers too. But that 16 was run so quickly up front by Codename, who was able to take them the whole way. And Uncle Truly, he was really flinging those legs out there, trying to keep within range of the pace. And then the first start here this meet, pre-blinkers and off a layoff, and a first start back on turf since running against Allowance Company here at that. The 10, Smart Striker, he's in for Van Winkle. He finished 5th here last out at the level after stumbling out of the gate in that March 6th start rather. He came rolling from double digits off the pace to finish just 5 lengths off Mad Dog and Joe, who wired. The last time he had been on turf before that, he got the show dough at the level, but the ground was also listed as good. And last time he got firm ground, he came rolling in the 8.5 furlong edition of the Tampa turf test for the boys. He got beat just 1.5 lengths that afternoon. So I think he makes a lot of sense to come rolling here for at least a piece of it. So I'm going to go 1, 4, 10 in race 8.
Attention racing fans, we do have a jockey change in the 10th race being announced for the first time. Race 10, number 3, Real Savvy, will be ridden by Marcos Meneses. Marcos Meneses will ride the number 3, Real Savvy, in the 10th race. For race 9, we do have a rider change to be announced. And wouldn't you know it, that rider change just came in. Race 9, number 6, Plum Irish, is also Marcos Meneses. So Marcos Meneses will pick up both mounts for Israel Rodriguez in races 9 and 10. On to the track, post parading for today's 8th race. Race 8 starts the late pick 3. It's a $16,000 claiming event for 4-year-olds and upward. There'll be a mile and a 16th on that firm Tampa turf, the rail at 12 feet. Scratch 9, 12, 13, and 14. 9, 12, 13, and 14 are scratched. The 11 runs. Number 4 is plus £1. Race 8 offers daily double, exacta, trifecta, superfecta, and pick-through wagering. We have a super high-five carryover of $4,456, and we have post time in 5 minutes. Two minutes to post time. The horses making their way onto the turf course and approaching the starting gate. We're 2 minutes from post, race 8. Approaching the gate, 1 minute. And the horses have reached the gate. It's post time. They're lining up for the 8th race. Start of our final pick 3 on this Saturday card. Field of 10 set to go a mile and a 16th. Your 8-5 favorite going to be the first horse to load in. That's the number 1 Journeyman, Samuel Marin for the Michael Wright barn. Spanish Noble coming up to gate 6. Next one going to be Mr. Crowley. Sarah Hess for Heather Harney to gate 2. Drama Chorus coming up. Here's RJ out to gate 8. Rocco Bowen looking for a second winner on the card. Uncle Truly, Cipriano Gill looking for a third win on the card for Cipriano. He'll line up for Darian Rodriguez in gate 4. Smart Striker's gone in. The Thunderstride Racing colors. They scored with Bellamendi earlier. The final 2 are going to be coaches meeting. And Lord knows we'll be all set for a start. Today's 8th late pick 3 time. They're in the gate. And the race is on. Drama Chorus looks to take his normal spot up at the front, and he goes out for the early advantage. Lord knows the stablemate, though, from the outside might be quicker, and Lord knows is going to go up to make the lead. In tight there is RJ, as Drama Chorus now back in that next flight, along with Toro Forward, who moves up to take over third. Mr. Crowley's forward to the inside, then Drama Chorus, Uncle Truly after that. It's another length back to Journeyman, who's toward the inside. 3 deep here for coaches meeting. The 2 at the back early on are Spanish Noble and Smart Strikers. They have 6 furlongs left to go, and Lord knows to catch. Lord knows by a length and a half now to RJ, who's up to a clear second. Mr. Crowley third. Those long shots up top through a 22.11 second opening quarter mile. They're a length and a half clear of Toro Forward. Down to the inside of that one is Journeyman. The favorite is 5th right now, at about 4 off the top, starting to advance a little bit toward the inside. It's a break of 2 more lengths back to Spanish Noble. Coaches meeting Uncle Truly. Those 3 are in a line. They're 2 clear of Smart Striker, and it's another 6 then back to Drama Chorus, who's now dropped out of it. 3.5 furlongs from the money, 45.82 seconds for the opening half. There has been pace aplenty here for Lord Knows and RJ, those 2 to the far turn. Mr. Crowley loops up 3 deep, 4 wide there, Journeyman. Down along the fence, then comes Spanish Noble, who's going to need a seam. Toro Forwards to the far outside as they wind around that turn. It's still Lord Knows there. RJ waiting for room is Spanish Noble. Sonny Leone looks to have a lot of horse. He's going to need to find a seam, though, as they come around to the top of the lane. Lord Knows the leader. A seam now presents for Spanish Noble if good enough. Smart Strikers advance toward the inside, and Journeyman out to the center of the course. Final 1/8 of a mile left to go. Spanish Noble comes after the lead. Smart Striker up the fence, down the far outside Journeyman. These 3 go on with it. It's Spanish Noble down at the inside. Smart Striker, they hit the wire together. I think it was the rail horse. Smart Striker right there with Spanish Noble. After that was Journeyman and Lord Knows. Photo finish. They were very far apart on the course. Tough to gauge with the angle here from the booth, but we'll take a look at the TV. .141.20 seconds, the final time. Ten, 6, 111, 10 the winner. Smart Striker at 12-1. It's an owning double for Thunderstride Racing. Thunderstride Racing LLC, they win race to race double there. They had Bellamendi in the previous race. Over 9-1 Spanish Noble, the favorite Journeyman third. Long shot, Lord Knows fourth. 5th, number 4, Uncle Truly. 10, 6, 1, 11, and 4. 27-40 on the win for Smart Striker. Results are official. Smart Striker, a winner for the 6th time in his career. He's a 6-year-old chestnut gelding by Connect out of You Wish, was bred right here in beautiful Florida by Castlegate Farm LLC. Thunderstride Racing LLC, that's a race-to-race double for the owners. This one trained by David Van Winkle and Wesley Ho aboard for the winning ride. Smart Striker up the inside to win today's 8th. The exacta 10 and 6, 78.60. Trifecta $153.60. Dime Super $517.80. A daily double $136.10. Pick 3 $451.05. And nobody had that super high five, so we're going to have a $9,382 carryover to the upcoming 9th race. Race 9's in 24 minutes on the main track at 6 furlongs. Jockey change on the 6, Plum Irish, make the rider Marcos Meneses. Marcos Meneses rides the 6, post time for the 9th. Late doubles coming up in 24 minutes.
Race 9, it's for fillies and mares 4 years old and up, which have started for a claiming price of $8,000 or less in 2025, 2026, or an optional claiming price of $12,500. They're going to be going 6 furlongs on the main track. The number 1, Tennessee Honeybee. She has been battle tested, and she's proven herself worthy. In the money here in all 3 starts this meet. Second in the first off the bench to Princess Brittany, a race which produced 3 next out winners. Then she ran second to Bill Mott's Kapoor, who next put up a 90 Beyer figure, taking an optional 25 N1X at Gulfstream by 5 lengths. And the 4th place, Glorious Lady, she won a 20K claimer next out. And then Tennessee Honeybee, she won in her next race by 4 3/4 lengths. And the 3rd place, Gridlock, who she beat by 7 lengths that day, she came back to score an optional 16 N1X of her own and over a next out winner in Dominant Diva. The number 4, Long Gone Sally. She is in here for Lynn Rarick. And off a 3 1/4 length score, going 7 furlongs in an optional 12 starter 8, broke from the outside post, got the lead, and took them all the way. And that brought her Tampa record to 5 of 6 here. The lone loss, that was in the Minaret to Mystic Lake. The number 5, Awesome Pick. This one runs hot and cold, but I do think she should be able to run well enough to get the show-dough here. She ran second to Jokes Up last out in an optional 8 starter 5 after she went too fast in an open 20 the start prior, pressing through a hot pace set by the aforementioned Glorious Lady. And yeah, she wasn't great in the January 18th optional 12 starter 8 with Long Gone Sally, but she'd run a solid second to her before that. So again, a bit hot and cold, but capable. So I'm going to go 1, 4, 5 in race 9.
The horse is hot on the track, post breeding for today's ninth race. We start the late double here. A starter optional claiming event, 12,500. The optional tag for fillies and mares, 4-year-olds and upward. They'll be at 6 furlongs on the fast main track. Race 9, a jockey change on the number 6 Plum Irish. Marcos Meneses rides. Race 9 offers daily double, exacta, trifecta, superfecta wagering. We have a super high five carryover of $9,382, and we got post time in 6 minutes. Two minutes to post time. Today's ninth race, the late doubles in 2 minutes. Approaching the starting gate, today's ninth race field, just 1 minute away. The horses have reached the gate. It's post time. They're lining up now for today's ninth. Started a late double. Field of 8 here at 6 furlongs. Your post time favorite, number 1, Tennessee Honeybee at 9-5. 2-1 on the 4, Long Gone Sally. 5-1, Awesome Pick. Those are your top 3 choices. Actually, number 8, Rip Riding Away is 4-1 as your third choice. Been some upsets here to start this late pick 5, so I'm sure not a ton of tickets still live, but best of luck to those who are. Here's Dialythic coming up. Plum Irish has gone in. Soundtrack in the Silks of Thunderstride Racing, who have won the last 2 races. They're going for a natural owning hat trick, which has got to be a rare achievement here in these parts. Long Gone Sally, Samuel Marin for Lynn Rarick to gate 4. Your second choice right now, 2-1. Soundtrack coming up. Rip Riding Away is going to be the final one. Our Martin's Italian Restaurant Jockey of the Month Award winner, Gadiel Martinez, on board. Rip Riding Away, the 8th and final runner to join, as Soundtrack still not quite in. Soundtrack still in behind. As the assistant starters work with that runner to get him to load into the starting gate. And he now abides by that and goes in. Rip Riding Away, Gadiel Martinez for Craig Smith to the outside. We're ready to start the late doubles. Eddie Boobles moves over to that starters button, and we're all set. They're in the gate. And the race is on. Caught him in a very good line. Tennessee Honeybee, the favorite toward the inside, is flashing some good early speed. Long Gone Sally and Dialythic right between them. But the 2 favorites are 1-2 early on as Tennessee Honeybee leads it by a neck. To Long Gone Sally in second. Dialythic now a length and 3/4 back in third. It's another length and a half back to Awesome Pick in the 4th position. Plum Irish is outside of that runner. It's another half length toward the inside. Ask the Monarch. Soundtrack is second last, and Rip Riding Away is the trailer as these top 2 go at it. 21.94 seconds. And the favorites doing battle up top. Tennessee Honeybee and Wesley Ho on the inside of Long Gone Sally and Samuel Marin. Awesome Pick. Sonny Leone trying to pick them up from third, is now gearing up on the outside to join the front ranks. It's 2.5, 3 more back to Plum Irish, another 3 to Rip Riding Away, who's getting underway. Coming to the quarter pole now. Here's Awesome Pick on the outside to come after the lead. Long Gone Sally. Tennessee Honeybee dropped right out after those early battles as they come to the 8th pole. It's Awesome Pick now in front by 3. Long Gone Sally, Tennessee Honeybee, they're spent. Rip Riding Away up on the outside trying to rally in, and a late run down the far outside from Soundtrack. Awesome Pick with a big effort here. Awesome Pick got the trip and got the win. Sonny Leone, that's his 3rd of the card. Rip Riding Away was 2nd. Soundtrack up for 3rd. Long Gone Sally, I think, got 4th from Ask the Monarch. 5, 8, 7, 4, and 3. 4-1 third choice winner here. 110.35 the winning time. Results are official. $10.80 on the win for Awesome Pick. Super High Five was hit with that carry over $3,650. Congratulations to the winning players. Awesome Pick to the winner's circle for the 9th career time. Now made over $250,000 in career earnings. Awesome Pick, a 6-year-old chestnut mare by Awesome Slew out of Shirley's Pick. Was bred right here in beautiful Florida by Richard George. Carlos Diaz, the winning owner. Enrique Hernandez, the winning trainer. It's a riding double for Sonny Leone. Back-to-back days, Sonny's had 2 on the card. This one with Awesome Pick in race 9. Price is on the board. The exact to $30.30. Trifecta $111.10. The dime superfecta $80.18. Daily double $121.90. Pick 3 $450.15. The super high 5 hit for $3,650.20. Today's 10th and final race is in 24 minutes. Race number 10 to close out the card and the week. Just a reminder, no live racing tomorrow. We are off for the Easter holiday. We'll be back on Wednesday. The 10th and final race at a mile on the turf. We're out of the homestretch starting point. Scratch 1 and 11. 1 and 11 are scratched. Jockey change on the number 3, Real Savvy. Make the rider Marcos Meneses. Number 6 +1. Number 10 +1. Post time for the 10th coming up in 23 minutes.
Race 10 is a 25 claimer for 4-year-olds and up, which have never won 3 races. They're going to be going a mile on the turf. The number 3, Real Savvy, has tactical speed, dropping in class. He won a 25 N2L here on Christmas Eve over Persistent and Rateco. They then bumped up into the allowance ranks, and he got beat 2 3/4 lengths by a real nice racehorse in Eldest Son. That was a 25 starter allowance in which that occurred. And then he got beat just a neck by the Chad Brown trained Goncora in an allowance N1X. And then last out, he was off the pace in another allowance and made a move to contest the lead into a 46 3/2. So then he tired. I think on the drop into a 25 non-winners of 3, he steps it back up and into the winner's circle. The number 8, Super Attentive, is in here for Mark Cassie. Got beat just a half length last out at this level after starting from the outside post. That was going 8.5 furlongs. I think he's extra tough here on the cut back to a mile, a distance at which he won a 35 N2L at Gulfstream back on New Year's Day. He then got beat just 3 1/4 lengths at the optional 20 N1X level for Florida breds, going 7.5 furlongs. So yeah, you can't ignore him. And then I'm going to complete the top 3 at the number 10. That is Wine Collector. Yes, he was beaten 12 1/4 lengths last out. However, that was an optional 32 N2X, and it was also just on a 10-day turnaround after he got beat just a length here in a 25 N3L, and that race was off a layoff going back to last summer. So I think the drop back in will make a substantial difference, and you gotta respect the Juan Avila barn, which has connected 29% of the time this meet. So I'm gonna go 3, 8, 10. In race 10 to close out the card and the weekend. Blessed Easter to you, and I'll see you back here on Wednesday.
On to the track for today's 10th and finals. We get set to close out day number 74 of our season. A field of 9 on turf at 1 mile will be at the homestretch starting point for today's 10th race. It's a $25,000 claiming event for 4-year-olds and upward. Scratch 1 and 11. 1 and 11 are scratched. Jockey change on the 3 Real Savvy. Make the rider Marcos Meneses. Number 6 is +1. Number 10 is +1. Race 10 offers exacta, trifecta, superfecta, and super high 5 wagering. They'll be at the post in just 5 minutes. 5 minutes to the finale. Two minutes to post time. Today's 10th and final in 2 minutes. Fans, just a reminder, today's 10th race does wrap up live racing here. Of course, simulcasting continues downstairs on the first floor. No live racing tomorrow. We are off for the Easter holiday. However, we will be back on Wednesday in our normal Wednesday afternoon slot. Schedule will resume as normal after the off day for Easter tomorrow. Post time for the 10th and final in 2 minutes. The horses making their way onto the turf course and approaching the starting gate. We're 1 minute from post time. 1 minute. And the horses have reached the gate. It's post time. Lining up for the 10th and final, ready to close out day 74 of the season. Again, no live racing tomorrow. We're off for the Easter holiday. Back at it on Wednesday. Field of 9 here in the nightcap to go a mile. 2-1 favorite number 3, Real Savvy. 5-2 on the 8, Super Attentive. Those horses are 2 of the runners live in late pick 5. Numbers 2, 4, 5, 6, and 10 would produce a carryover into the late pick 5 Wednesday. But numbers 3, 7, 8, 9 would result in winners. So best of luck to those players with live pick 5 tickets. Super Attentive coming up. Sonny Leone, 2 winners on the day. Here's out of Waterbury, waiting on Maxi Match, Special Agent Johnson, and Wine Collector. We're ready to close the show here on a Saturday. Special Agent Johnson goes in. Wine Collector, Cipriano Gill to the outside draw. Goes in. They're in the gate. And the race is on. Rateco away just a half step slow. From the inside, Big Louie out quickly. Super Attentive showing some early initiative. And right between them comes a Maxi Match. Down at the fence, Real Savvy. It's going to be a long shot. Big Louie in front. Big Louie leads Super Attentive, and Real Savvy is tugging down toward the inside under restraint back in third. After that comes Maxi Match. Persistent moves 3 deep, 4 wide here for Wine Collector, taking the worst of it into that first turn. As out of Waterbury, Rateco after that. The early trailer, Special Agent Johnson, as Big Louie and Gabriel Maldonado tries to slow him down up top. 5.5 furlongs to go, 22.97 down the straightaway for the opening quarter mile. So they start the backstretch run now, and it's Big Louie, a 3/4 length lead. Getting closer now, Super Attentive, though. Draws to within a half. Another length back to Maxi Match. Real Savvy's been down on the inside for much of the journey. So length more back to Persistent. Rateco's tugging up between runners. As out of Waterbury's down toward the fence. Special Agent Johnson out of last. Wine Collector is now the trailer. 46.80 seconds. So Big Louie with company now from Super Attentive on the outside. Looping up three deep is Maxi Match trying to come after them from third. Just in behind that, Real Savvy given the cue. Out of Waterbury stays toward the fence. Retaco Persistent and Special Agent Johnson the last of that main group as Super Attentive. Maxi Match trying to come after that one as they come around to the top of the stretch. Maxi Match on the outside, Super Attentive to the inside. They're two clear of Big Louie who battles on third. In behind that, Real Savvy trying to make up some ground. Special Agent Johnson. Final furlong to go. Maxi Match, Super Attentive. Super Attentive kicks back in front to the inside. Maxi Match now a length and a half back in second. Late run Wine Collector down the outside. Super Attentive gives Sonny Leone another one. They won it by 2. I believe Real Savvy held on for second over Wine Collector after that Special Agent Johnson and Maxi Match. Eight, 3, 10, 9, and 5. 8, 3, 10, 9, 5, the unofficial order. Results are official. $8.40 for Super Attentive, your 10th race winner. 5-2 Morden line goes off at 3-1, so half a tick higher. Super Attentive is a 5-year-old dark bay or brown gelding by Kitten's Joy out of Giant's Cat's Eyes. Bred in Florida by Live Oak Stud, Live Oak Plantation, the winning owners. Mark Cassie, the winning trainer. And another winner. Big day, big weekend for Sonny Leone, your 10th race winner, Super Attentive. Congratulations to that late pick 5 winner, 67,000 plus. I believe it was just one ticket. The exact to 13.10, trifecta 62.75, the dime super $44.31. Daily double 21.90, the pick 3 $208.45. Pick 4 $2,778.50, the elite pick 5 $67,521.70. Congratulations to the winning player. 5 out of 6 in the ultimate 6 grabs you $678.34, and the high 5 was hit for $680.20. Folks, that does close out the show for live racing this afternoon here at Tampa Bay Downs. We thank you for joining us on this Saturday. Hope you make plans to join us when live racing returns on Wednesday. Reminder, we are off tomorrow for the Easter holiday. Simulcasting does continue downstairs. Some great simulcast action coming up. The Wood Memorial, the Bluegrass Stakes, the Santa Anita Derby a little bit later on. Lots of great action coming up from around the country on this big Kentucky Derby prep day. Speaking of Kentucky Derby, it's just 4 weeks from today. Make your plans to join us here at Tampa Bay Downs for what's one of our biggest days of the season. As part of our closing weekend, we will wrap up the season the day after that on May the 3rd. From all of us here at Tampa Bay Downs, we bid you a very pleasant good evening, a safe drive home, and we hope to see you back when live racing returns on Wednesday. Good night, everyone. From Tampa.